enhancing, enhancing insights for national budgeting and economic planning, and the new tax ID, what we need to know about it, and a soft skill about the power of mentorship. The next on our agenda is the national anthem, which I'll be playing from my screen. Next will be the national anthem, which I'll also be singing from my laptop. Thank you.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign fatherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children a banner without stain. Oh God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty, Nigeria may be blessed.
All right, thank you. Next on our agenda is opening remark by the chairman. That's a brief introduction by Mr. Uti OJ, FCA. Mr. Uti, please over to you for a brief introduction about OTSCN. Secretariat, please, are you there? Mr. Uti?
Hello, are you talking to
Mr.
me?
Chairman, are you there? Yes, the next on the agenda is a brief
Sorry, please speak a bit louder, please.
of OTSCN. You are next on the agenda, a brief introduction for 10 minutes about OTSCN before we start the program.
Okay. Please, I'm so sorry for the. Okay, my name is Namdi Uti, and I want to thank you all to today's event. We are here to discuss in depth in another topic, but with regards to one team social club, this is a social club for ICANN members, all qualified ICANN members, FCA, ACA, not student member though. Feel free to enjoy the course. After which, if you feel like joining the One Team Social Club, we will share the link at the end of the event, or even as the course goes by on the chat box. We'll share the link, that enrollment link. But it's a social club where we share knowledge and we support each other in many ways. So we have a bigger family where we also deal with other important issues like supporting our members to buy work tools like laptops, mobile phones, refrigerator, air conditioners, and the rest. A host of other work tools. So feel free to mingle when you get into the group. Feel free to collaborate. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to also co-own any of the investment initiatives. For example, the Dongle initiative, every member of ICANN is welcome on board to be part owner, equity investor in the Dongle initiative. So have that behind the mind. It's a big community, and we want to reason together to support each other as we go ahead. So you are welcome to join us in the club, and also you're welcome to today's event. Thank you so much. Over to you, Chairman, on the committee. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that brief introduction. The next on the agenda before we have the paper presentation is a brief opening remark. And the topic before us here today, like I said before, is on the e-invoicing and the new tax ID. This is a One Team Social Club of Nigeria, shortened as OTSCN, and it's our pleasure to welcome you to this very important section. I want to acknowledge our respected trustee, Mr. Nnamdi Uti and Mr. Kolawole, for their continuous guidance and commitment to strengthen the mandate to promote knowledge sharing and professional excellence. Today's theme reflects the major digital shift happening in Nigeria's tax system, fiscalization, e-invoicing, and the new tax ID. We need to know what's happening in the space because they say that ignorance is not an excuse, and redefining how tax processes are managed. These reforms promote transparency, accurate data, and global best practices, better revenue planning, and stronger You can put it on slide mode, presentation mode, sorry.
It's fine now, right?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for this opportunity. As you know, I'm representing Mr. Bauer, who is unavoidably absent. So this morning, we'll be looking at FIRS fiscalization through E-Invoicing, enhancing insight for national budgeting and economic planning, and then the new tax ID. Okay, so I want us to just ask ourselves, maybe you might be asking yourself, or if you haven't, can ask yourself now, why e-invoicing? Why is it so important at this time? What has necessitated invoicing at this time? So some of the reasons outlined here are global shift towards digitization of tax administration. Now, the world generally has moved to a digital world. A lot of governments, economies have digitized, and so Nigeria should not be left out. So this is one of the reasons why invoicing has come to play. And also, there is the need to promote real-time fiscal transparency and economic planning. So the service and Nigeria as the whole is suffering because there is no visibility into what taxpayers do. So like we have this currently, the taxpayer will just come and file, and then the taxpayer will still be the one to give us evidence for what he or she filed, or his returns. And that shouldn't be. We should have some level of visibility into the transactions of taxpayers. So this is one thing that invoicing will be helping the economy or helping the nation with. And then the commitment to align with international standards. And I mentioned UBA and PEPO, which I'll be speaking more in depth about later. We have growing digital transaction volumes. Now, the economy has grown, and so are transactions. We cannot keep manually processing those transactions. We need a more efficient system, which is a digital system to process those transactions, and then to curb tax fraud, plug revenue leakages, and broaden the tax base. So, we are on a journey from 1.0 tax administration 1.0 to 3.0. And it is because of this journey that invoicing has come on board. Now we have moved from 1.0, 2.0, and we are looking at fully implementing tax administration 3.0. Tax administration 3.0 was where we had paper-based, everything was manually done, or it was paper-based, and it was siloed processes, that is disconnected processes. There was no form of integration, everything was done separately. And from there, you would see that the process cannot be seamless and it is not efficient. And so we moved from tax administration from 1.0 to 2.0. And at this point, we have the taxpayers became customers. It was a more customer-centric, or it is a more customer-centric operation or administration, which is what we are currently operating and moving towards 3.0. We have employed some new technology. Now we can do e-filing, you can pay online. I believe that most of you are familiar with our tax administration solution, which is Tax Promax. These are some of the efforts that were employed in tax administration 2.0. And, it has improved the tax admin system to some extent. If we see from where we have come from to where we are, it has really improved the system. It has made things easier for taxpayers. But that is not enough. We can have it better, which is tax administration 3.0. And in tax administration 3.0, we are looking at data, systems that are fully dependent on data. AI, we are talking about AI. We are talking about placing the taxpayer systems, that is like their accounting system, should be at the core of tax administration. That is you already having systems that are compliant. such that by the time you are carrying out your transactions, taxes can already be calculated and paid at source. That is what we are looking at. That is the future we are looking at. And this is what has necessitated e-invoicing, because tax admin 3.0 will be fully reliant on data. We are looking at a situation where taxpayers you don't have to manually or come to the system and start entering your taxes. This is my CIT, this is my VAT. No. So we are looking at having data sources that can feed data to our systems, and your returns are pre-filed. That is where we are going to, and this is what has necessitated fiscalization efforts such as e-invoicing. And e-invoicing is not the only fiscalization effort of the service. There are several others, but today we are looking at e-invoicing. So because tax admin 3.0 is data-driven, we need efficient data sources. So we are looking at integrations. We have the government systems integrating with private organizations, to be able to get data. That is what we are looking at, and this is what has necessitated e-invoicing. So, like I said earlier, we have a current state and a future state. What do we have currently? We have many potential taxpayers who do not pay tax. And this is because we can't tell who is who. We can't tell who is making the money and who should pay taxes. There is no visibility into transactions of taxpayers. So it is when you decide that you will come. There are few efforts here and there, trying to bring people into the tax net, but we can do it more efficiently. And also we have, for those that are paying, they are underpaying. These are some of the issues that we have. And then we also have a large portion of economic activity occurs within the informal sector, often escaping taxation. A lot of taxpayers in the informal sector are not in the tax net. So e-invoicing is trying to bridge that gap to make sure that every person that should be in the tax net is in the tax net. And so what are we looking at? What is the future state? What are we looking at? E-invoicing is the future. With e-invoicing, we see visibility into all financial transactions. There will be improved revenue for federal government, insight into companies that are doing business but are not in the tax net. I think I've, kind of explained all of this. This is the future we are looking at, having a more efficient tax administration system where everyone that should be remitting taxes is remitting taxes, because we have visibility into what taxpayers are doing. And then single source of truth for fiscal purposes. So the Federal Inland Revenue is implementing a merchant buyer solution. That is the e-invoicing system. So you might be hearing, maybe outside there, you might be hearing merchant buyer solution. This is an in-house adopted name for e-invoicing. We call it the MBS, merchant buyer solution. So we've implemented, or we are implementing the MBS to modernize fiscal and transactional processes in Nigeria, while also promoting transparency and accountability in tax management. The aim is to promote transparency and accountability on our side and on the side of taxpayers. So we are leveraging the Universal Business Language framework. The system facilitates the seamless creation, validation, and submission of electronic invoices, while also integrating with key national data entities. So we'll be talking more about invoicing as I progress. This is just like an introduction. So the invoicing, what are the key features of this solution? The MBS invoicing is considered in two parts. We have the invoice itself, we have the mechanism for sending and receiving invoice. Now, an invoice is not new to us. Call it, be it electronic or manual. It is not new to us. I think it is what every of us know. We all know what an invoice is. We know that it comes in a structured format. Every invoice has a certain format that it comes in. So that is not new to us. But you might be wondering, what is FIRS requesting? What is making it different? What is the FIRS invoicing about? So we have a structure and we have a format for exchange. The PEPL-based invoicing network. PEPL allows for cross-border transactions. PEPL is a network, and when you belong to that network, you'll be able to exchange invoices across borders with other nations. And then we have a structure for our e-invoice. Like I said, invoices already exist. Taxpayers already have systems that they are using. Their ERP systems or their accounting systems. They already have systems and they're already issuing invoices. Now, FIRS is saying that we need your invoices to be in a certain format or structure. And what is that structure? It is the UBF format. And UBF allows you to exchange invoices in either XML or JSON format. This is basically what is happening here. So we are mandating taxpayers to exchange these invoices in a machine-readable format, which is either JSON or XML. And this structure is gotten from UBA, Universal Business Language. So basically, these are the main features of the MBS solution: the exchange and the invoice generation. The invoice is generated in the UBL format, and then it uses the PEPL-based invoicing network. So like I explained, an invoice is a structured format that is issued, transmitted, and received electronically. So today, a taxpayer or a business is already issuing invoices. In what format? It could be in PDF, in DOC, JPG, different formats. Those are invoices, quite all right. But for the invoicing purpose, which the service is trying to implement, this is not compliant. We need invoices in either XML or JSON formats. If you can see my picture, you see something that does not look, human readable. I would call it machine readable. So basically, that is what I'm saying. We're exchanging invoices that machines can read when they are integrated. That is what we are trying to do. So I think I've explained all of this. Now, we have a simple tax invoice and we have the simplified tax invoice is basically a business to customer invoice. Now, in this case, the burden of compliance, of integration, before I go into this, now to give us a general overview, the FIRS has implemented the MBS solution. The requirement is that taxpayers integrate to the MBS solution. That is, your existing ERP or accounting solution will have to be integrated to the MBS solution, making it compliant to the format that has been prescribed by the service. So basically, this is what invoicing requires at this time, so that our invoices can be compliant. And now, as a taxpayer or as a business, whenever you raise invoice or you exchange invoice, they will first be reported to the service. As we go further and as I explain, you will understand better. Now, when we talk of a simplified invoice, now the burden of compliance is basically on the merchant. Basically on the merchant, that is the seller or the business. What am I trying to say? the business or the merchant is expected to integrate with the FIRS MBS or the FIRS merchant buyer solution. So you report to FIRS every transaction that you carry out or every invoice that you raise. So a B2C invoice is issued by a business to a customer, including simplified tax elements such as seller details, invoice number, date, goods or services prescription, total amount, and applicable taxes. So from this picture, you will see some of those details as it will be contained on the invoice. So, like I said again, operating a simplified invoice system, the burden of compliance is only on the merchant. That is, only the merchant is expected to integrate. The buyer is not expected to integrate. That is, you are doing business with individuals or customers. You are not doing business with another business. And when you are doing business with a customer, the burden of compliance is on the business, not on the customer. Now we have tax invoice. Now, when we come to a tax invoice, at this point, we have that is the business-to-business invoice, typically issued by one business to another, containing required tax details like seller and buyer info, invoice number, date, description of goods or services, quantity, price, tax rates, and total payable. Now, unlike the business-to-customer invoice, when you are dealing with business-to-business invoice, the burden of compliance is on both parties. That is, both the business and the other business, the person issuing and the person receiving. Now, when I talk of compliance, I mean the two parties will have to integrate the FIRS MBS solution for them to exchange invoices. Now, I will be explaining some unique features about the invoice that will be exchanged. And one of it is IRN. Every invoice will have an invoice reference number. This is a unique ID that will be used to identify every invoice. So an invoice reference number is a unique identifier assigned to each invoice used to track and validate the invoice in electronic invoicing systems. So it will ensure authenticity and traceability of the invoice. So no invoice or no two invoices will have the same IRN. Every invoice issued through the MBS solution will have a unique IRN, which will allow for traceability and authenticity. Also, invoices will come with a cryptographic stamp. Every invoice will also come with a cryptographic stamp. The QR code serves as a secure, verifiable, and tamper-proof mechanism for invoice validation, tax compliance, and fraud prevention. Now, for every invoice that has been issued or has been raised, the FIRS will stamp those invoices digitally using a cryptographic stamp. And this is what will allow the buyer to be able to verify the legitimacy of an invoice. So this is another feature of this invoice. Now, in the invoicing ecosystem, we have two major service providers, and they are the system integrators and access point providers. For some of you, you may be aware the invoicing solution or the invoicing has already gone live. It went live with large taxpayers around August. And I think the deadline was November. It has not been extended, but I think many taxpayers are still integrating large taxpayers. But this does not stop medium and emerging taxpayers So any taxpayer that is ready to come on board can still integrate. But the mandate was for large taxpayers. So in the ecosystem, we have two major service providers. We have the system integrator and access point provider. Now, what is their role? Now, the system integrators are responsible for adapting and standardizing internal accounting systems. Like I said already, taxpayers already have their ERP, they already have their accounting solutions. The service is saying that integrate your existing solution to our MBS solution, such that it conforms to the laid down standard. If you were issuing invoices as PDF, we are saying that we need to read those invoices. So now when you integrate with us and you raise or you transmit invoices, they go in machine readable format of JSON or XML. That is what the integration is doing. So as a taxpayer, if you have the technical know-how to integrate your systems, fine. You will not need the services of a system integrator, because basically the system integrator is just helping you conform your existing system to what is required or to what FIRS has specified at the moment. So if your technical team can do the integration, can make sure your system conforms, good and fine, you will not need the services of a system integrator. Their primary role is to ensure that invoice data is structured in the correct format from the source system. So if your technical team can integrate your system successfully, you will not need the services of a system integrator. If not, you will need the services of a system integrator. And when you go to the invoice, when you go to the invoice website, you will have access to a list of service providers as the system integrators and access point providers. Now, the access point providers are responsible for validating and transmitting invoices. They also serve as the gateway that links businesses' e-invoicing solution with the broader invoicing infrastructure mandated by the government. Okay, so now when it comes to the access point providers, now you already have a system that is conformed, to the standard that FIRS has prescribed. What is the access point provider doing? The access point provider is validating. When you send invoice to your customer, the access point provider is checking, does this invoice comply with the format specified? That is what the access point provider is doing. And the access point provider is also reporting those invoices to FIRS. So the idea is that for every invoice that is exchanged, FIRS gets a copy of that invoice, stamps it, and sends it to the buyer. So the access point provider is reporting those invoices. Number one is reporting those invoices to FIRS, and is also verifying or validating those invoices. So this is the basic this is what the access point provider is doing in the ecosystem, is validating and is reporting to FIRS. So with this diagram, I'm hoping that we'll be able to understand how the system flows. Now, initially, I spoke about business to customer system, and I also talked about business to business system. Now, when you look at this diagram, we have the merchant, we have the invoicing solution. So imagine this, this is a merchant, that is it. Let me say a seller. Now, your invoicing solution is your ERP, your accounting software that you have already integrated to our MBS. That is, you now have a compliant system, a system that is functioning in the way that FIRS has prescribed. Now, these merchants can now issue invoices. And like I said earlier, the burden of compliance is on the merchant. So when he issues that invoice, it goes to the access point provider that will verify, is this invoice compliant? Is this invoice, is it valid? And when it confirms that, yes, this is a valid invoice that is in the format prescribed by FIRS, it now sends it to the FIRS for digital stamping. FIRS stamps this invoice and also keeps a copy. So this is where FIRS gains visibility, because we are having or keeping a copy of every invoice that taxpayers raise. Sorry. Don't know where this paint is coming from. Seems like I touched something. Okay. So when these invoices are reported to FIRS, it is then sent back to the merchant, who sends it to the buyer. Now, on the buyer's end, so I talked about a cryptographic stamp. Now, we have what we call the MBS 360. Now, if you go to, I don't know, Malik Said, I don't know if he's the person that is scribbling on the screen. I can see paint. Don't know where that is coming from.
Paint on your screen.
It's on my screen, but
no, I can't see anything.
Oh, really? Okay, all right, that's fine. So, like I was saying, now every buyer, everyone that receives an invoice, you might not be a business, but because every invoice is coming with a stamp or a QR code, you can scan that QR code and you'll be able to see that, yes, this invoice is valid. So I spoke about MBS 360. Now, if we go to Play Store, you'll be able to see the app. You can download it and then you scan your invoices. That is what we'll be looking at in the coming days. When you scan every invoice, you'll be able to verify that, yes, this is a valid invoice. So we have the business to business model. Now, in the business to business model, okay, sorry, let me just go back. So if we look at this business to customer model, only the merchant will require an access point provider. Like the city of the invoice. So hence per se is not on the buyer, it's on the merchant. Now, when we come to the business to business model, both the merchant and the buyer will have to integrate their systems through the FIRS MBS. You must conform with what FIRS have prescribed. You must integrate with our solution for you to be able to exchange invoices. So when you issue an invoice as a merchant, it goes to your access provider, will first of all check and ensure that, yes, this invoice is valid, is compliant, is in the format that is prescribed by FIRS. And then it sends that invoice to FIRS for digital stamping, and then the invoice returns back to the access point provider, to the merchant access point provider, who will then send it to the buyer's access point provider. The buyer's access point provider will also check this invoice I'm receiving, is it valid? Is this invoice I'm receiving, does it conform to the standard that FIRS have prescribed? If yes, they now transmit it to the buyer. So we see that when you are doing, we are operating a business-to-business model, integration will be happening on the system of the buyer and also on the system of the merchant. So compliance is required for both parties, and you need the services of an access point provider, that is both the buyer and the merchant. And like I said earlier, when you go to our system, you will see a list of all approved access point providers. So, so many standards have been adopted because Nigeria is not the first to adopt invoicing. It has been so many countries, I think Saudi Arabia, where we primarily got our model from, that have implemented America and so many other countries. So there are standards that have been, followed or have been implemented to ensure that we are compliant with global best practices. And like I mentioned earlier, we have the UBL standard that prescribes the format of invoices. We have HS code, for our VAT, all goods and services come with a code to be able to know which is exempt, which is zero rated, and all of that. So the WCO harmonized system code is what helps with that, is the standard that helps with that. And NIDA is the regulator for invoice solution. NIDA is the regulator. So every service provider, that is the system integrator and the access point provider, must first be approved, get approval from NIDA. When you go to the NIDA site, you will see the requirements that the system integrators are supposed to, you see their requirements. So once you have been approved by NIDA, that list is published on, or your name is now included on the list that has been published on our website. So we have the ISOs that help for security, and then legal entity identifier. Also to add to the service providers, another thing that we might want to know is that so when you make use of this system integrator, it is your responsibility to pay the system integrator. That depends on what you can negotiate with the system integrator. But when now for the access point provider, FIRS is covering that cost for reporting. So the requirements of the taxpayer is to pay the system integrator, which is actually not compulsory, like I explained earlier. It's not compulsory because if you can carry out the integration by yourself, you don't need a system integrator. So the system integrator only comes in if you cannot carry out the integration by yourself. And so you will have to pay the system integrator. But for the access point provider, FIRS covers that cost. Now, so compliance and regulatory requirements, I think I briefly mentioned some of these. Some of the laws that are guiding or aiding us are the NTA, section 23 of the new NTAA requires all taxable supplies to be recorded and reported using deployed EFS. Now we have failure by taxable person to issue an invoice is an offense and liable upon conviction of 50% of cost of the goods of which no invoice was issued. VAT Act mandates that a person who makes a taxable supply shall, in respect of that supply, furnish a purchaser with an invoice. Also, FIRS is empowered to deploy technology to automate tax administration process, including tax assessment and information gathering, provided it gives 30 days notice to the taxpayers. So these are some of the regulations or laws that are, empowering the service to deploy the MBS solution. Now, what are the benefits for us? What are the benefits for taxpayers? We have cost savings because to a large extent we are eliminating paperwork. It will save cost. We also have increased efficiency. Automated invoice transmission will save time, streamline processes and reduce use of resources. We have faster payments, better cash flow. Instant invoice delivery, speeds of approval and payment, and supports cash management. With the MBS, this will require many organizations who do not currently have an ARP to get an ARP. So if you are doing business manually, you'll be required to get an ARP or an accounting solution, and getting that integrating will, to a large extent, ease business for you, make payments faster because things will be done online. And then we have enhanced security, secure transmission and encryption, help protect against fraud and cybercrime. Now, because invoices that are issued will be stamped digitally and will be encrypted. One thing I forgot to mention is that the whole transmission process is encrypted. It is until it gets to the buyer that it will be decrypted. So yes, we have middlemen, that is the access point providers, but whatever goes to them is encrypted. It is on the end of the buyer that this data will be decrypted. So we have reduced errors, better business relationships, expanded global reach, and enhanced compliance. So how to onboard? I think I've also mentioned this, but more detailed, when you visit firs.gov.ng/login, you'll be able to onboard. You'll see enable me for invoicing. Another option is for taxpayers that are already on TaxProMax. I believe we know what TaxProMax is. That is our tax administration solution, TaxProMax. So for taxpayers that are already on TaxProMax, you just need to log in on your TaxProMax, and then you'll be able to, I think, one of the drop downs there, you'll be able to see enable me for invoicing. You fill a form and you are good to go. So the process is outlined here. The various steps, like I said, click on enable me for invoicing on the dashboard. You fill out there's an enablement form. There's an enablement form where you can fill out information about your business. Now, one thing I spoke about earlier was PEPO. Now, if you're a business that does cross-border transactions, you will need to enable PEPO, because it is PEPO that will allow you to exchange your invoices across the country. So I think when we go through this, we'll understand, but it's a seamless process. Basically, what is involved is select a system integrator if you need one, select an access point provider if you need one, and then continue with your integration process. So how does invoicing support national budgeting and economic planning? And because government receives standardized financial data, now our government will be getting very reliable data, because when a taxpayer integrates with the MBS solution, data is gotten real time. And for those that cannot do real time, near real time, which is more reliant, data is gotten from source, which is more reliant. So it will help for revenue forecast. It will help revenue forecast to become more reliable. Policy planning becomes evidence-based, and then sector behavior and compliance trends can be measured accurately. Tax policy adjustments can be evaluated in real time, and data supports special sectors such as manufacturing, telecoms. Their data can be, in a very funny way, but invoicing helps to support all these sectors. And this represents a major improvement. This represents a major improvement from assumption-based budgeting. Okay, so that is basically it about invoicing and what the service or the Nigerian government is trying to do at this time. We are expecting that taxpayers, every taxpayer will integrate their solutions, especially the large tax solutions to our MBS and issue, so that every invoice that is issued on your system will be first reported to FIRS. And because invoices, it's getting your invoice will not be, you will not be able to use it for whatever purpose you intend to. So it is very important that, as professionals, you might be dealing with some of these taxpayers. Are they aware? If they are not aware, they have to know this and come on board so that their businesses will not be, affected in the coming future. All right, so if you already have a name, you have a tax ID, because your tax ID will be from your name when they say that. And then also your tax ID as a business, you got it from your RC number. So if you're a business, you don't have registration, you don't have an RC number, the first thing you have to do is register with CAC. That is what you will use to get your tax ID. And then as an individual, you must have a name to have a tax ID. Because I think one of the requirements going forward is that if you don't have a tax ID, you cannot open a bank account. As a taxable person, you cannot open a bank account. So you require a tax ID. And we know some of the issues we have currently is that you find someone with FIRS thing, JTB thing, and so many other identifiers. Now, the tax ID is unifying all those identities to make verification easier for various entities. So, what is this tax ID going to look like? It's a 13-digit numeric code that encodes issuance year, the identity source, that is which year. Let's say we are in 2025, so you come with 2025. The source, is it from NIN? The identity, that's the identity source. Is it a NIN or CAC? So these are the two basic identifiers. It must first be either a NIN or CAC. And then the state code, where is the taxpayer resident? And a cryptographic fragment from NIN/RC/registry IDs. So that's on the side. Administration, the thing is administered by the Federal Inland. Sorry, I think I've been using Federal Inland Revenue Service, but we all know that it is NRS. Nigerian Revenue Service. The team is administered by NRS under the Nigerian Tax Administration Act and provides the statutory foundation for identifying all taxable persons and entities within the country. So I mentioned something about ICD 0244, which simply means International Code Identifier. It has enabled or empowered Nigeria to implement the tax ID. And then using this ICD 0244 means global interoperability for Nigeria. Our team can be internationally recognized because it follows international best practice or format, and then gives the country a unique country identifier. It standardizes the structure of our team. So it's not that these ones are using this type of team, their team looks like this. These ones, their team looks like this. The state, their team looks like this. No, so it unifies, it gives us a standardized structure, whether states, whether federal. So it fosters trust and verifiability. So foreign institutions can validate Nigerian taxpayer identities using the standardized code. So the new tax ID, what are the benefits for Nigeria? Every taxpayer is now tied to a verifiable registry. Like I mentioned, you are either an individual or you are corporate, registered with NIN or CAC. It eliminates duplicate or false identities. It streamlines compliance checks for banks, regulators, and businesses, and then extends coverage beyond corporate to associations and other bodies. So, conclusively, or in conclusion, we can see that employing e-invoicing and national tax ID, and these are just the few efforts that Nigeria is putting in place to enhance fiscalization. These are just a few efforts. Internally, there are several others that are going on. So Nigeria is building a transparent digital tax regime, transparency on our side as the tax administration organization of Nigeria, and transparency on the side of taxpayers also, because gaining visibility into transactions of taxpayers will help. You know, sometimes we have issues about input VAT, output VAT, and all of that. And resolving those issues can be a hassle sometimes. But because we have visibility, we have your invoices, and invoicing is not about paying taxes. It's not just about paying taxes. It's about gaining visibility. So now, whether it concerns taxation or not, we can verify from our end. So it provides transparent digital tax regime, globally interoperable fiscal system, data-driven budgeting and planning environments, and strong foundation for economic expansion and investment confidence. So I think generally these are the advantages that we can see with implementing the invoicing and the tax ID. So I think I have come to an end of my presentation. So I mentioned the invoice. If you want to go there and see what it looks like so that you can better guide, you know, maybe your clients, you can visit invoice.firs.gov.ng. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. Madam Ruth Wazim Abiyere, we appreciate your presentation. Well presented paper and very rich. This is coming from the horse's mouth, not third party. And I believe by the time we share the slides with participants, they'll be able to use it as reference when they are
Yes.
using the e-invoicing platform. We have just one question here for now. I don't know if you have questions, please put it down. Okay, I can see a second question. Secretariat, please, can you make Mr. Modin a co-host? He's supposed to be the one to take notes of the question. But before we go to the question, we'll just decide to do the second paper so that we can now ask all the more questions would have come up so that we can ask you before you leave the platform. Thank you for keeping to time too. You finished before time. We appreciate your paper presentation. So we'll be taking the questions afterwards. The second paper is just for 30 minutes thereabout, so that we'll be able to gather more questions. So we'll have the question and answer session just after the second paper. The second paper is on the power of mentorship. Which is a very, very important aspect of learning. Is a soft skill paper presentation taken by my humble self. I would say I love to take this topic because I myself is a product of someone that mentored me, even from when I was like in SS2. I already knew I was going to be a chartered accountant because of the power of mentorship. So I'm speaking from a great wealth of experience. And if I was mentored, then why can't I also mentor others? So it's very important we understand this so that we'll keep moving the profession to a higher level. So the topic before us here is a 30 minutes presentation. It's the power of mentorship, guiding, inspiring, and developing mentees towards excellence. It could be mentorship in the workplace, mentorship in a personal sphere of life. Mr. Modin, please be taking down the questions while we're doing this presentation. Thank you. So what's the objective of this section? Is to understand the true meaning of mentorship. For some people used to confuse mentorship with maybe a role model. A role model can be somebody that you see from afar, maybe Okonjo Iweala now. She may not know you, but you know her. Everybody knows her. You can pick her as being your role model. But a mentor is someone that you know and the person knows you. You have a close interaction with the person. Can also be called maybe a coach and a coachee, or a mentor and a mentee. So that's the difference between mentorship and having a role model. So part of the objective is to understand the true meaning of mentorship, explore how to guide, inspire, and develop mentees, apply the best practices, recognize the roles of effective mentors, identify challenges, because definitely there are challenges in mentorship, and reflect on how mentorship contributes to leadership, confidence, and organizational growth. So this is the outline of what you're talking about. So who is the mentor? Mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself. So a mentor is someone that has identified that is Just give me a second. So a mentor is someone that knows that he's taking you as a mentee. So it's not someone that is working afar. The person is aware that he or she is my mentee. They don't necessarily say it, but you see that you are following up with that person. If it's an organization, like when I was with the Big Four, we have a situation whereby we have a coach for every FY. So the person is aware. So the mentorship is an awareness program whereby you're not just assuming that that person is my mentor. No, the person knows you are following up with him or her. So mentorship is not about control. No, there's nothing like control. The person is open to tell you anything that the person is facing, be it challenges, maybe this work is hard, it's boring, I don't know how to get about my work. So you are open to the person, the mentee is open to the mentor at every point in time. You make the person as comfortable as ever so that the person can open up to you. It's about creating space for growth, confidence, and transformation. So let's understand what mentorship is about. It goes beyond giving advice. It's relationship built on trust. So for a mentee to open up to you, you definitely have to make the person trust you. Not that you tell your mentor something and you now hear it outside. There's nothing like that. It doesn't go that way. Maybe can be a mentor for an exam. So one thing about mentor is that mentors can shift over time. Your mentor 10 years ago may not be your mentor now. So there are some ending, just like maybe you finish secondary school 6 years, you finish university 5 years. So mentors keep shifting. So you have to know when a mentor's impact in your life maybe has ended, and be open to another form of mentorship, so that you don't keep saying, why is this person cut off from me, or why is this person no more following up? You should know the beginning and end of mentorship so that you keep progressing as you move in life. So it's beyond advice. You have to have trust, purpose, and shared growth. It could be maybe you want to write CFA and you've seen someone that's become chartered and say, please, you're going to mentor me through. So you could have several mentors for different things. You can even have mentorship for maybe you are a new mother and you need someone that is already a mother. So you can have several mentors depending on what you are targeting. So maybe you want to write CFA and you've seen someone that is chartered there, you keep asking the person questions. Yeah, the person is a mentor for you in that particular aspect of your life. So you can have different mentors at once in your life. So it's built on trust, purpose, and shared growth. Then it's where experience meets potentials. Every great leader was once a mentee. So mentor is the person that is training a mentee, while mentee is the person that is learning from a mentor. So what's the purpose and value of mentorship? To pass on knowledge, wisdom, and insight. So a mentor is not someone that is hiding. A mentor cannot see a mentee as a competitor, no, because you're trying to, sorry, please mute your devices.
Okay.
Please, who is talking on the background? Mr. Modin, please, I've moved you. Okay. So what's the purpose of and value of mentorship? To pass on knowledge, wisdom, and insight, to help mentees navigate uncertainty with clarity. And a mentorship strengthens not just individuals, but the entire organization. So it's good for organizations to have programs for coachee, whereby somebody comes into the organization, or even every FY, you rotate it. You allocate maybe a senior manager to an associate or to a trainee. The HR are the ones that actually allocate so that every FY, somebody is being guided, nobody is left, there's no hanging fruit, everybody is guided within the organization. A director is coaching a manager, a partner could be coaching a director. So there's always that zigzag trend every FY to just ensure that everybody is feeling among in an organization. So it's not just outside the sphere of the organization. Within it, you can introduce it to the organization of how you can match mentees with mentors so that everybody feels carried along. So it helps mentees navigate uncertainty and with clarity. Mentorship strengthens not just individuals, but the entire organization. So what are the qualities of an effective mentor? A mentor wears many hats. He guides, he advises, he coaches, and is a role model to that person. Because for you to have taken the person as a mentor, you must have seen the person too as a role model. Just that this person is closer to you than the one out there that you just admire from afar. So there are ethics and responsibilities too. You don't have to be.
No, Mala.
Mr. Malik, please mute yourself. Secretariat, please mute him.
No, hello.
Please don't unmute yourself again. Thank you. Okay, sorry about that. What are the ethics and responsibilities? You have to be impartial. There's no favoritism. I have some mentees Could be any tribe, any religion, just be open to the person as long as the person admires you. Mr. Uti, please, can you open the mouth? Please, can you hear me? Okay. What are the ethics and responsibility? You don't show favoritism, you empower but do not impose. So you can tell a mentee that, okay, you failed ACCA this diet, you have to write the next diet. That doesn't mean you now have to impose that the person must write it. You're not the person's biological father or mother. You're trying to encourage, you're just trying to support this person. So there's no imposure, but just empower the person and tell the person that failure is not the final verdict. So you guide confidentiality. You ensure that you are confidential. Whatever the person tells you, you don't say it out there. You move on with that information. You don't spill it out there so that trust, because once trust is broken, it can never be built again. Then keep mentees' development as a central focus. So the person is coming close to you because the person wants to be guided. So you don't fall the person's hand by losing focus. Even though maybe you yourself are writing maybe CFA and this person is writing ICANN and you failed an exam, but this mentee comes to you, you don't now put your own feeling to now tell the person how exams cannot be passed. No, you focus and ensure that the mentee is still guided, despite the fact you are passing through maybe an exam failure. You just ensure that, oh, this person is my mentee. Anytime you see the person, you should always smile. And building trust and connection. Trust is building how much you know. They know how much you care. So you have to show care to your mentees, then show genuine interest. Mentees growth, because it's very easy for someone to use body language to know if you're interested in helping the person or not. But you should always encourage having people as your mentees. There's nothing, you don't lose anything by having mentees around you, because it's what you did to them, how you help them, that they remember you for your organization. You have initiation, building rapport very well. Let me be your mentor. No, it's spontaneous. It happens. Some could be intentional. That, okay, this person looks bright, maybe in a church or so. You just have interest in someone. Say, you can meet the parents. Does this person plan to write ICANN? You can suggest things. You can just pick interest. So it can be interest. Because while I was in SS1, SS2, I wasn't dreaming of being a chartered accountant, but my other brother at the time saw interest in me and said, this lady is smart. Let me start registering her for ICANN, even at that age when I did not even know what it was all about. So you can pick interest, and it could also be spontaneous, whereby someone could just say, you passed CFA, they just hope you congratulations, and before they know it, they start asking you questions. So you shouldn't just say it and pass. If they keep coming to you, you open up to them and tell them, and it actually builds them. So it could come spontaneous, and it could come as you identifying the person. And if it's an organization, it cannot be planned, whereby mentees are giving mentors throughout a FY, throughout a year. So that one could also be planned. So it could be planned, it could be spontaneous, and it could be you picking interest. Then from there, you cultivate, you share knowledge and experience. Mostly experiences help mentees when you tell them your experience, how you passed an exam, how you did this, how you navigate work, how you combine work-life balance. When you say some stories click into mentees' heads, so they'll be able to understand what you're trying to say through, they call it storytelling, through storytelling. You'll be able to make it stick to the mentee's head. Then we have transformation, visible growth and independence. Is the person growing? If the person is not growing, then you could also retweak what you're telling the person to just ensure that the person has some visible growth. Then transition to partnership or friendship. Definitely, if you are a mentee mentor, you have to have some form of friendship for the person to be open to you. but that is in a professional manner. Then we have setting clear goals and expectations. So you always ask the person, what are your expectations? Maybe if it's an organization for the FY, what are your expectations? When the person lists all the expectations, the person may say, I want to write ICANN, I want to write ACC, I want to write, and then you say, these exams are too much to be written in a year. Okay, can you spread it? Can you start one by one? So it's from expectations, you know, say, how do you plan to achieve these goals? Because you can have 100 goals, but if you don't have a plan, you'll not be able to achieve the goals. So you have to identify the person's expectations. Then you now move towards what are your short, medium, and long-term goals. And if it needs to be retweaked, one thing about strategy is that it can be changed. Things happen in the sphere every time. So you can always retweak a mentee's plans and strategy just to ensure you achieve the goal. So strategies are what makes you achieve goals. So if it's not working, there's always room to re-strategize just to ensure that you get to your goal. So there's communication and feedback strategy. Communication is very important in any sphere of life, in the workplace, in the environment, and then we have to practice active listening. So a mentee is coming to knock at your office, maybe a junior colleague, and the person is trying to explain something. Try to understand to the very end. Once you cut it in between, the person may lose the flow of thoughts and not be able to hit the nail on the head. So it's always good to practice active listening, then give feedback that corrects without crushing. You can give them, because you guys already formed a rapport. It's not like maybe a boss to a subordinate. It's maybe a subordinate to another subordinate, but it may be a higher level. So since you've already formed that friendship, you shouldn't now give a harsh feedback. You should give a feedback. There's a way you can even yap somebody, but you've passed across the information just for the person to get better. Then encourage mentees to express their fears, not hide them. I have a lot of younger colleagues that just come. Some could even cry at your shoulder. Some could just tell you their fears and just tell you things, and you just be able to help them. So you have to encourage them to express their fears, because most of the junior ones have fears. And if you're able to be open, you'll be able to correct them and navigate them through the right path. Then guiding mentees towards growth. We have identifying their strengths and their weaknesses. Discover their unique strength. Like when I was telling someone about side hustle, person was like, so what is your side hustle? I said, no, you cannot be using my side hustle. What is your own unique strength? Your strength will be your side hustle, not my strength being your own side hustle. So the person was able to get clarity. So it's always good to ask them their strengths. If maybe someone is not good in mathematics and you're telling the person to maybe write CFA, the person will be struggling. The person could write CIPM, the person could write personal human resource and be a star in that field than pressing the person through what the person has no strength in. So it's always good to identify strengths, then identify gaps that limit their performance. Maybe if they are watching too much movies, say, what do you do in your evening? Say, I watch like 5 movies. You can say, for what now? Can watch just 1 or 30 minutes? Or how many hours do you spend on social media? So you could actually identify gaps that are limiting. Maybe you see a particular friend, a junior colleague that's repeating ICANN severally, and you want to identify what the problem is. Maybe the person is just reading for 30 minutes in a day and 6 hours on social media. So by the time you discuss, be able to identify that is this period you're spending on social media that is affecting your reading. So if it's for the person to put away from social media for that period, I've done it several times where I'm not on social media for some months just to focus on something, just to ensure that the goal is met at the end of the day, then provide tools and direction for improvement. Like just recently when someone called me about ACCA, and I just told the person the school to go, the lecture to read, how to do that. And the person just went to that lecture center, and the person is not ACCA chartered. So it's always good to give direction of a lesson center, a book to read, somebody to meet and all, so that the person achieves their goal. So we have providing constructive guidance and support. So mentee and mentors, you tell the person the truth. You don't just give, okay, all the best. No, all the best does not work for mentor and mentees. You have to constructively help that person. Like you have empathy. You have to have empathy on your mentees so that you can tell the person the truth. Because if you don't, the person will just be moving around the space. So you have to correct gently and guide firmly. If it's in an organization too, you have to, if they've allocated coaches, the coachee can open up to you and you advise them. That's why it's always good to first listen to the very end. Well, if the person maybe talks too much, kind of, you can tell the person, okay, just tell me high level information of what you're about to say. So that's also correcting the person to give high level information at every point, or not to give unnecessary information. But if the person wants to give, if that's the nature, let the person do, just so that you understand the person. So you first have to understand your mentee. Each mentee is different. Person A is different from person B or C, so that you'll be able to tailor your advice based on each person's own specifics. Then celebrate small wins. If the person maybe wrote 5 exams and passed 2 or 1, you can still say, oh, let's drink a small bottle of Coke instead of a big bottle, just to encourage the person, so that the person still has the energy to go further. I remember one of my subordinates that she wrote 2 papers in ACC and failed it too, but she could not even tell her dad that she failed it, but she spoke to me about it and cried, and I encouraged her to take it again. And also, it's very important to have an open hand to listen to what your subordinates have to say, so that in a space of mentee-mentor, not in a space of a senior and a subordinate, no, someone you've identified as your mentee, make sure that you celebrate their small wins and be available for guidance, because most of these mentors out there are very, very busy. But if a mentee follows up with this mentor, maybe a mentor puts something on WhatsApp status and you decide to like it, you are bringing the mentor's attention to you. And before you know it, they could just make a 2 to 3 minutes WhatsApp call with you and say, what's up? What are you doing? What's happening? And they guide you in that time, in case your mentors are very busy people. So that's why in organizations where they do coaching, every half of the month, every 15th, you must have a 30-minute call. So it's compulsory, because most people are very busy in the workplace. So it's compulsory, you must have a call with your coach, put it on their calendar, and compulsorily speak to your mentee every 15th of every month. So sometimes they make it that stringent so that everybody's guided in an organization. Just like maybe an organization like FIRS that is very big. Some subordinates could be lost in thought and they may not have who to speak to. But by the time there is a mentor-mentee program, whereby each person, the HR knows how to allocate it across the sheets and match each person to another person. Everybody there won't be any weak link, because every senior knows what's happening with a junior in the organization. So it's actually encouraged in no matter how small an organization is, so that everybody is carried along in the smallest units. Encourage self-reflection and accountability. Experience is not the best teacher. Sometimes you don't have to wait for your mentee to go and experience what you experienced. You can just tell the person what happened, and the person will be able to prevent such to reoccur in the mentee's life. Then help mentees analyze outcomes, and then encourage journaling or periodic feedback. So maybe you had a mentee program, maybe 15th this month. In the next month, you catch up with what you talked about last month before you now move forward on the next steps. Then you have to inspire excellence through mentorship. Excellence is nurtured, not demanded. You yourself must be ensuring you are doing well, so that the mentee is encouraged by what they are saying, because what they are saying too can actually inspire them. Maybe you yourself are writing exams, not you're telling your mentee, okay, finish icon, go and do this, okay, finish one exam, and you yourself, you're not actually doing those things. So they are encouraged by what they also see, then inspired through your own consistency, discipline, and humility. Just like in the workplace, if you're saying everybody come by 7:30 and you're coming by 9, so you have to work by example, so that your mentee too will be encouraged that they have a good mentor. Then teach mentees that excellence is a daily decision, not a destination. So you want to become an ACCA chartered person. What are you doing daily to get to that particular point? You want to write CIPM. What are you doing daily to get to the destination? Because most young people, the Gen Zs, the younger ones, they just want that certificate. They just want things to happen, but they're not ready to really sit and work. So you have to teach them that hard work pays, and they have to make daily effort to reach to their destination. Then you have to recognize effort as much as results. So efforts to help. Some people may have made a lot of efforts, but the results could not, maybe it was adverse. Instead of the person to pass, the person failed. So you recognize that the person made effort, then let them make their choices and learn from outcomes. But as much as possible, you guide mentees' choices so that they don't make mistakes. Because as a senior person, you already see that this thing will lead to nowhere. So why don't you just tell the person to at least, but you can't force, like I said, because you're not their parents. You can't force, but you just encourage as much as you can so that the person doesn't make mistake. Then remind them growth is often uncomfortable but necessary. Remind if maybe 5 years, 6 years, that person has not written an exam. You can say, why not just take up an exam and exercise your brain and all. So and also make them know that comfort is not good to assume that you're already in a comfort zone. Then role modeling and leading by example. You have to communicate more powerfully through than advice. People will see how you carry yourself and they want to be like you. Then be what you want to become. If you want to become a chartered accountant, then you have to go for your classes, go for the things that will make you chartered. Now you want to be chartered and you're sleeping every day. No, you have to take action. Then lead with authenticity, humility, and ambition. You have to be humble when speaking to your mentee, not with pride and carrying shoulder. No, it's that mentee and mentors are friends, but in a respectful manner, because the mentee has to respect the mentor. But you have to be authentic and be real to that person, because the person is talking to you because the person needs advice. So you have to be as authentic as you can to your mentee. Then foster confidence and resilience. Teach mentees to see setback as lessons. So in the mentee-mentor journey, the mentee is not always telling you everything is going on rosy. Sometimes there could be setback. So it's for you to encourage the person, impart the person at the back that you can do it again. It's possible. Maybe the person with promotion exam, person failed. Just keep encouraging such person and give the person advice on how to do things better. Then remind them that resilience is built through experience. So in the workplace, as a mentor, you have to be resilient and also put resilience, because the generation coming, the resilience is really low. So you have to keep encouraging that resilience has to be built through experience. You don't just assume everything is just going to come to you automatically. Then confidence grows when they are trusted with responsibility. Give them the responsibility. Maybe go and read a book and give me a feedback on what you read, a novel, and then what you learned about it and how you'll be able to grow from such readings. Then develop mentees for long-term success. So now, if my mentor, there's a point a mentor may leave you. Maybe the person is busy, person has married, but there's a way you build someone that even when the person leaves you, my elder brother that mentored me for long, we don't necessarily have to chat anymore long, but I've already been built to stand alone. So you have to build a mentee to that point where the person can take up responsibility by themselves for the future, for long-term success. So the person will always remember you that when I was this, when I was that, someone helped me, and then your name will always be ringing a bell in different people's minds. So it's not just for the now, it's about building sustainable growth. So maybe you finished with a mentee, maybe if it's an organization's FY, and you move to another person the next FY, you should be able to pat yourself on the back that you actually helped this person for this particular period. And it's actually, when each of us keeps helping the younger ones, it keeps helping the society be a better place. Then equipment is to think, decide, and lead independently. So if you just keep feeding them closely, you have to make them also reason, ask them questions, let them reason, and give you an answer. You can now tailor the answer to better responses, but don't just be the one speaking, also hear from them so that you know their level of reasoning and know how you want to up that level of reasoning to be a better person in the professional workspace, so that they can also lead independently, because leaders are looking for other leaders to actually take up responsibilities. Because leaders are always so annoyed when maybe you give a work to do and the person gives you a shabby work, but by the time each person is keep training, each link is training another person, everybody gets better, so that leaders can think of other strategic alliance to make businesses better. So building career and personal development plans, help mentee identify future opportunities, encourage networking and self-development. So self-development, as a professional, I should always be doing one course or the other, reading and getting better, both as a mentor and as a mentee. They support career mapping and goal reviews. So even chartered accountants, some that are not yet, they are confused. So many exams, we have CISA, ACCA, CFA, ICANN. Some people may be confused on which one to start. So by the time you ask them questions, be able to map their career path and advise them. Then we also have nurturing leadership and problem-solving skills. Every mentee is a leader in training. That means you are building leadership in every mentee that you're training. Then assign tasks that build decision-making and accountability, and then cultivate empathy. Like I said, you have to talk to the mentee with empathy, strategic thinking, and influence. It could be someone that even after you've not seen the person for long, the person can still call you because the person knows that you get an empathic answer from you. Then encourage continuous learning and innovation. Because once you stop learning, you start declining. Promote curiosity and knowledge sharing. Encourage mentees to read, research, and challenge the norms. To always encourage mentees to keep reading. Then there are some challenges in mentorship, definitely. We have time constraint, like I said, depends on if you notice maybe your mentor is extremely busy, like I said, you can have several mentors for different purposes. So you can always identify another person that you feel you could be your mentor. Then if you actually want the mentor to know that I'm your mentor, you can actually just say, please, I'm your mentor. If I call you, please speak. Because once the person identifies that you've taken the person as a mentor, the person will be interested to always pick your calls and, hear what you have to say. When you come to their office, they'll be happy to welcome you so that they'll be able to differentiate between maybe this person is competing with me or this person is a mentee. But by the time the person has identified that, please, I'm your mentor, you're going to be my mentor, the person will always open up to you and speak to you holistically. Then we have personality differences. Most of the time, as mentor-mentee, you shouldn't really look at personality, tall, short, fat, thin, no, religion, ethic. No, everything should be put out there and just be happy to have that person as your mentee. Then unrealistic expectations. Sometimes the mentee may assume that you're going to be the person to give them the ACCA certificate. No, you have to just clear some expectations. When you've interacted with this person and you notice that the person has so many expectations, you try to kill it as much as possible so that you'll be on the same page with the person. You can say it as a joke. I'm not as a CEO, but I'm advising you. So the person doesn't just expect that everything is going to be possible just because they now have you as a mentor. Then over dependence or under engagement. So if you've noticed somebody has taken you as a mentee, always have time for that person. Even though it could be on a Saturday that, sorry, I couldn't pick your call on Wednesday. You wanted to tell me something. Be able to catch up with that person so that the person is not discouraged. But just a 5 minutes, 2 minutes call could change another person's life that maybe it could be going through a depression for maybe an exam or a promotion exam that the person did not pass at all. So we have overcoming challenges. You set boundaries early. So in mentor and mentee, there is room for you to tell the person the expectations that they need to quickly cut. Set boundaries as soon as possible so that the person doesn't, because once you don't set boundaries and the person's expectation is not met, the person may become sad or say this person is not even interested. So just say, okay, don't call me in the night, don't do this, don't do that. Just set boundaries immediately and so you'll be on the same page to know what next to do. Then communicate honestly. Like I said, a mentee will not come to you if they know you're not going to tell them honest truth. So always tell them the honest truth, but not harsh, because you're just a mentor to that person. Then schedule regular progress check-ins. Like I said, you should encourage where we have in organizations, no matter how small, where each person is attached to another person and there's a date that each mentor-mentee speaks, even though it's 20 minutes, 30 minutes to check up on the person and the progress the person is making. Then be flexible. Mentorship styles must adapt. Be flexible to how the person works. It could be Sunday, Saturday, it could be during the week, however it works for the mentor. You have to cannot say, no, you cannot call me by this time. You cannot be giving instructions to your mentor. So you just work a style and see what works with the mentor. So the mentees are it has to follow the mentor's rules and regulations. But as much as possible, the mentor too should try and be flexible to meet up with what the mentee has to say. Then balancing support and independence. Empower, not enable. Then guide decisions. Don't dictate for them. Just guide their decisions and leave it to them for them to reflect and see which one they want to do. Then the goal is to make the mentee self-reliant. So if the person is not relying on you forever, you are building the person, you are giving the person good guidance. After some time, the person will pick up and you can now have another mentee because that person has gotten the gist of what the life the person wants to have, because you've already channeled the person to be a better person. Then what are the impacts of mentorship? It builds confidence and self-awareness, enhances professional and soft skills, expands career opportunities, and networking, boost motivation. That's for personal benefits. For organization benefits, it improves employee engagement and retention. But by the time every associate or trainee has a senior that is holding on to, definitely the person will be encouraged to stay within the organization. There will be less employee turnover because everybody is feeling among within the organization. Then it strengthens leadership and succession planning because everybody is strong and building each other to become a leader. Then promotes knowledge sharing and collaboration. It helps teamwork within an organization because everybody feels among. Then drives productivity and innovation. Because if maybe in the particular month, the person is overwhelmed with work-life balance is not jiving at all. The person knows that, okay, he's looking forward to a meeting on the next 15 to tell his mentor the challenges he has been facing and how to overcome it. So the person will be energized again for the new month. So it actually helps productivity and innovation. And if you know you have somebody to talk to, you will always be motivated to get back to work and be happy at work. Then builds a positive, growth-oriented culture. Then in organization, so if maybe you had a problem with somebody, a colleague, there's always a mentor you tell. If it's your structured mentee plan in an organization, if maybe you had an issue with somebody else, at every mentorship meeting, you should always tell your mentor so that when they bring it up, they will always call your mentor to come and talk about it because the mentor already knows. So in every organization, anything that happened, they always know your senior knew who is your mentor so that they're able to defend you maybe for appraisals and other things. It's very important to open up to your mentor because mentor has been learned to have trust to keep your information as confidential as possible. Then we have growth-oriented culture. So what is the real-life case of mentorship? We have in Google the internal mentorship program, pair new hires with experienced employees. They do it in a lot of multinational companies. It improves onboarding speed, whereby you can ask all the jam questions you want to ask people that you really do not want to ask in an open space. You can always ask your mentor. It helps for innovation and job satisfaction because if you're not happy with something, you're able to speak out to that mentor and the person will be able to maybe call HR or tell somebody. Since the person is already in the system, it will help you reach out to somebody you could not have reached out to as a new hire. Then also a 2022 internal review showed mentored employees are more likely to stay longer and advance faster within a company. We also have Oprah Winfrey. She had a poet called Maya Angelou, who was a lifelong mentor. And we can see that Oprah is one of the richest women in the world. She helped shape Oprah's confidence, leadership, style, and purpose-driven media career. So if you're a person and you've not found a mentor, you'll always identify somebody that you admire and reach out to the person that, Ma or Sir, please, can you be my mentor? I tell you, they will always say, oh, why not? And you'll be able to get the timing of the person and work towards having the person as your mentor. Then the mentorship highlights how personal guidance transform potentials into global influence. What are the best practices? Have clear objectives and matching criteria. That means you guys have to talk. What works for you? What works for you? How do we meet? Train, you've allocated mentor mentees. You should have a meeting with all the mentors to tell them the do's and don'ts in cases from an organizational point of view, not personal point of view, and success stories among their mentors and mentees. The regular check-in is very important. You don't just meet once a year. No, you meet on a regular basis, maybe monthly, quarterly, as the case may be. Feedback too is important. I told you to do this. What's the feedback? How was it? How was that? Mechanisms, performance indicators too could help. Program evaluation and celebrating successes, no matter how small. So in conclusion, helped along the way. Mentorship multiplies leadership, keeps the cycle going, be mentored, and after you are mentored, also ensure that you mentor others. Be the mentor you once needed. Thank you very much. Mr. Modin, please, are you still there? Because you are making a lot of noise during the presentation. Have you been able to gather the questions?
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the beautiful presentation. So I think those that have questions should signify by raising their electronic hands. You have questions?
Okay. I think there are some questions on the platform, if you look at it.
Okay, on the chat. There's one question there. Can I go ahead and ask? I saw one question on the chat.
I've seen like 3 or so. Okay. You can go on, yes, please.
Okay. Does it mean that manual invoice will completely be phased out? That question, I think, is for the first speaker.
Madam Ruth, please, are you there?
Yes, I heard that.
Okay.
All right. So yes, that's a future plan. When all systems become automated, then there'll be no need for manual invoices. Anyway, as a business, if you decide that you still want to do manual for some reasons, that's on you. But before you know that, from my explanation, before you integrate, you have to be operating a digital system. So, and once you're operating a digital system, it means that you will not need manual invoices. Yes, you can still print your invoices and all of that if there is need. But if you are buying and receive and selling with parties that are operating a digital system, the exchange can be done on the solution. So there may be no need for manual invoices. So that is the future plan, that manual systems or invoices will phase out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we now attend to those people that raise up their hands?
There are several questions on the platform. Let me read it out before we do the...
Please, can you read it from your side? I have only one here.
Okay, no problem.
Can you
the
assist
question me? Is no problem. Please, where can we obtain the list of the FIRS approved SI and app?
Okay, and access point providers. All right, it's on our website. It's on our website, but what I would do is the link to that, yes, so that you can just go directly to that point. And another option is, as a taxpayer, once you log into your Tax Pro Max, you'll be able to also see the list of approved system service providers.
Okay,
so I will also
send.
Yeah, there's a list there too. So I'll also send that link. That's the one on Tax Pro Max and the one on the website.
Okay. No problem. Just give me a second. Another question is, what happens when a big organization contracts a job to an individual or enterprise? What kind of invoice is expected?
So a big organization, I would assume that is a large taxpayer. So as a large taxpayer, number one, you have integrated to our MDS, our solution. So if you are transacting with an individual, like I said, that individual does not need to integrate. But you as a business or as a large taxpayer, you will integrate to our MBS. And so that means that the invoices you are exchanging to that person or sending to that person is compliant. And the process is phased. Like I said, we have started with large taxpayers. I think by the first half of next year, we are going to medium taxpayers and then small taxpayers. So for now, it is for large taxpayers and it's phased. So If you do business with an individual, that individual does not need to integrate. You don't need to onboard on our system. But if you do business with another business or an enterprise, so if they are not a large taxpayer, so they are not mandated at this time, they might still be running their normal system. So that is still fine for now. So the most important thing is that on your side as a large taxpayer, whenever you raise an invoice or you issue an invoice, it comes to FIRS first for that digital stamping. So it means that at the end of the day, even if the other party has not integrated, we have a copy of that invoice. And that invoice can be verified at the end of that, at the other end. So that is where the fiscalization comes in, the fact that we get a record of that invoice. So I think that is just what is needed. If it's an individual, that individual does not need to integrate. But if it's a business, that business will have to integrate in the long run, even if they are not integrated now. Yes.
Okay, is it via email? We are going to send it to this other party, FIRS. When it gets to FIRS, you validate it and stamp electronically. How do you send it to the other party? Is it an email trail, or how is the other party going to receive the invoice?
So however you were doing it before. So this thing we are talking about is like it's a system something. So if you used to send it via email, fine. The most important. So what we are talking about is a seamless process. It's what happens in microseconds. Just like, because your system has already been integrated to the MBS. So once you issue an invoice, before that invoice is sent to the other party, it has already come to us, like in microseconds, it has been stamped. So the invoice already has the stamp and everything that is required to be before it goes to the buyer. So if you were sending it via email, good and fine. But if now the buyer is also like a business that has a system and is exchanged via the system, or how it still goes on, nothing is disrupted. So what we are talking about is not even anything that will store your processes. It's like very seamless. You won't even notice that something happened. Yeah.
So just like a pathway, just like when you want to maybe
exactly.
pass, just like an ID card you want to pass through, just pass through and pass. I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
Just a pathway that goes through FIRS, so you can pick the invoice while it goes to the other party.
Yes.
I get that. Another question is here. Is there a deadline for tax ID and e-invoice yet?
Okay, for invoicing, yes, that is for large taxpayers. I mentioned like that it was implemented for large taxpayers. The deadline was 1st November, and most taxpayers, they know that. They were agitating for extension. I know there was a public notice which said there's no extension, but for persons that are yet to, they should try and do so before next year. So that is what I know about the invoicing. Then for tax ID, there has been no communication per se from management about the tax ID. But what we know is that from next year, opening account without the tax ID will be impossible. But why there has been no much noise about it, one thing I can say for sure is this: if you have a name, you will automatically have a tax ID. If you have CAC as a business and RC as a business, you also automatically have tax ID. So that is why, and for now, almost every Nigerian has a name. So I know that is one reason why they are not so putting so much effort in telling people, because internally it can be generated for you. So there might just be communications on, and what I understand is that the tax ID is not really an ID that is for your consumption as a taxpayer. It is for the consumption of the service, for our own internal use. You might still be using your team but we have a way internally how we have connected your team with the tax ID. So that is why maybe for now there is no much communication on that.
Okay, thank you. One of the questions here is, with this new tax law, does it require a business name owner to have a TIN for him or herself, or also for his business? The new tax law.
Okay, so
Is it for just the business or for the person?
so business name. So for someone that has a business name, it means you have a name. And with your name, we can get your tax ID. That is valid for tax purposes.
Okay, I think the person is asking if they need TIN. If you are a businessman, you need TIN for your business, BN. If it's a company, you also need TIN for your company. So it depends on who is transacting business, is it your company or yourself? So if it's individual, you need TIN as an individual businessman. If it's a company, you need TIN for your company. So you can have TIN for yourself. I think that's the question.
Yes, you have. So you need tax ID for yourself as an individual, and then you need the tax ID for your business. Yes.
For the business.
Yes.
Okay. Another question here is, please, what happens to an invoice raised but not paid for yet?
Okay. Okay, so in the invoicing system, invoices are tracked. The status of every invoice is tracked and is updated by you. So if the invoice was not paid for, you update it. I think there are different statuses there that you can update your invoice. If you issued an invoice and at the end of the day, it was not honored, it was not paid, you update not paid or whatever. I think there are several status that you can update your invoice. So there will be no issues that, oh, this invoice was not paid and it's counting against me. And then another thing, sometimes taxpayers are like, for now, invoicing is a reporting tool. We are just gathering data. It's not like this will translate to whatever is happening in Tax Pro Max. You will still file as you used to file. But the good thing now is that we have something to fall back to confirm whatever you are putting or whatever you are uploading on your tax. Data we are getting via invoicing, we will feed it to your Tax Pro Max. So filing will be done automatically and all of that. So
okay. Another question here is,
so your invoice status can be updated. So if it's not paid, it can be updated.
So that from FIRS and they already know the ones that were.
Yes, they know that this invoice was not paid. Yes.
This one was not on. Okay. Okay. And using but it's not automatic. Is the vendor that has to go back?
It's not. Yes. So we have to do that.
Okay. In using the CAC registration number, we have situations where registration number, business name, or IT numbers are the same. What are the revenue service? What are you using to assign tax ID? What's guiding the tax ID number?
Okay.
I think they said it's TIN in.
Okay, so now I get that. What I know about what makes up the tax ID is this. The tax ID is a component of the year. Now, what's the source of the ID? For individual, we have name. For corporate, we have CAC. And then there is also like a hash, how will I put it? A random kind of number that will be generated to also make up that list. So I know that is how it is generated. And I get that, yes, maybe your RC and other IDs might be the same. I know that there will be a way that will be fixed. That is basically the responsibility of the technical team. They will find a way of fixing that. So I'm not too sure how they will go about it, but definitely it will be done. It's supposed to be unique. So they will find a way of making sure that every ID is tied to a single entity and it is unique. Yes.
Okay, there's no duplicacy at all.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Another question here is, what is the stand of enterprises with the whole tax system? Are they to be treated as individual as per minimum tax of 800,000 using personal income tax computation? My question exactly is, how will enterprise comply to tax? Okay.
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 Definitely not treated as individuals. Definitely not treated as individuals. What I know is that we will still have what we currently have as small companies. We'll have, and I think we have right now we have small companies and others. That's like medium and large. And then there is still the percentage that are expected to pay, and then the small companies are the ones that are exempted. And I think that the threshold for small companies is 50 million or something. 50 or
50 or 100.
no,
It's not yet,
we are still trying to internalize
it's
50,
not yet clear if
100,
it's 50 or 100.
50, 100, and all of that. But
Mhm.
so I think from the last time I read on it, they said 50 million. So I would say 50 million. I think next year is not far again. When it is fully implemented, we know. I think there are a lot of there are some criterias underlining determining who is a small company. So 50 million for small companies, then for large companies, anything above that, then 30%. So definitely not the 800,000 threshold for individuals. So that is how they will treat it. Thank you.
I think we need to attend to those that raise up their hands.
We'll soon be done with the questions on the chat, please. We'll soon be done with that.
Okay.
Thank you. Another question is, I'm an external auditor to, sorry for those raising their hands. Oh, I hope your hands are not empty. We'll soon be with you. I'm an external auditor to Association of Companies in Oil and Gas. And part of the last resolution is to invite FIRS officials to make a presentation on e-invoicing, as there are some areas that require some clarification before onboarding on MBS. Could you please help on this regards?
Okay.
We'll reach out to Madam Ruth. Or your answer, ma, please.
Yeah, there's no problem with that. Had several engagements with taxpayers. But there's no issue with that, madam. You can share my contact with him. Then I will also liaise with Mr. Bauer and we'll know how to go about that. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sheriff, please put your number on the chat. So thank you. And the next question is, please, I want to know if e-invoicing is applicable to the poultry industry. Which products are exempted from VAT?
Yes, because invoicing is not just about taxation. It's about gaining visibility into what you do. So if you are exempted, how do you know? You cannot just sit at home and tell us you are exempted. When we look at, yes, what your activities and, what goes in, what comes out, yes, we can say, yes, you are exempted. But if you just stay there and say you are exempted, we don't know that. We don't know that. So it's not about paying tax. It's about having information about what you do, having visibility into what you do. So yes, you are, as long as for now, if you are not a large taxpayer, you might be exempted. Or as soon as it is announced that medium taxpayers and small taxpayers should come on board, then you are not exempted.
Okay. The next question is, does it mean that manual invoice will completely be phased out? I think you've answered that.
I think, yes.
My question is on tax ID. Organization uses TIN. What will individual staff use? Can they use the current ID with LRS, or they will register for tax ID again?
Organizations, I don't think that person got me right.
Like you said,
organizations
with TIN will be CAC number, while individuals will be
exactly
their
will be NIN.
Their name. Yes.
Yes.
So that's what it will be. But the individuals will not be, that's individuals, taxable individuals, or
Yes.
individuals in the
Taxable.
whole Nigeria, both outside the net and within the net of tax. This tax ID.
So if you are non-resident, but you still do business significantly here, you still need a tax ID. Yes, you still need a tax ID. And the system will determine how to create your tax ID. You know, we always have a special group, non-resident, all this FZD and the rest. So so for them, they neither fall into individuals nor CAC. So internally, they will create a system for their own tax ID, which will be unique to them also.
Okay. We have another question here. Most of the businesses are not IT compliant and rely solely on manual operations. What is your advice on how to help such businesses with e-invoice at the initial stage like this?
Okay, so I'm aware that a lot of businesses, so one good thing is that invoicing has created business for a lot of persons. And this is one thing that your team can take home from here. There are a lot of IT firms that have already created solution, ERP solutions, waiting for when they will say medium and small should come on board. Because, you know, most of them, they don't have an accounting solution. So you can just, subscribe, pay more money for this, because you must subscribe, you have to come on board with what the government is saying. But, you know, getting a full-fledged ERP system will be very expensive for them. But already now, a lot of IT firms have started creating some person. You don't even need to be an IT firm, but you can work out something, create a solution that once they say, oh yeah, medium, because most of the large taxpayers already have their ERPs. But when we start going to emerging and small, you will see that most of them, they do their business manually. So for now, there is the service has not spoken anything about, and definitely we are not an IT firm. The service will not be able to leverage on what these IT firms are providing. So this is like a business avenue. And I know a lot of companies that have already done this and are just waiting for when we stay medium and small. It's like already made business for them. So that is what they will have to do. So subscribe to any of these solutions that have integrated to our own NBS system.
You're supposed to give FIRS a portion of the revenue they generate for providing new business for them. Another question is here. So what happens if there's an error on the e-invoice? Is there a provision for correction?
Yes, I think I mentioned that. So you can change the status of the invoice. You can change the status. I'm not sure.
You can reissue. You can reissue if you've said that that one did not go through.
Yes, I think there's something about cancelled, or yes, there are different status. So you can change the status if it was, and you know, you can send an invoice. Okay, we agreed 500,000. The person changes their mind. I'm not buying again. You can update that. So
okay, can update too.
Yes.
You say, how will the MBS system consider and assess an invoice from a foreign supplier? We identify a foreign invoice.
Okay, so for now, we are not really keen on
if it's
foreign. So if you are not in Nigeria, we are not really so concerned. But if you are doing business in Nigeria, that is why I spoke about PEPO. You have to be PEPO enabled. It is PEPO that will allow you to, you know, exchange invoice with whoever you are doing business with outside of Nigeria. So for now, the requirement is for those that are doing business in Nigeria. So if you are outside of Nigeria, I think you are still allowed to do business normally, yes.
So what is the purpose for? Is that for future foreign
No,
transactions?
so no, not future. So PEPO is pan-European procurement. I can't remember the full, but
Still for local invoice.
no. So now PEPO is a network, and for you to exchange invoices, not the normal invoice. Definitely, we know that we have been exchanging invoices outside Nigeria or to other persons outside Nigeria. But if you, and the challenge with those invoices is that those invoices cannot, like, you can't use them for very serious, I don't know how to put it. You can't use them for very serious because they are not verifiable. It's just like anybody going to a cyber cafe and doing any kind of invoice. So when you want to use it for serious things, it cannot be honored. So the advantage with being part of the PEPO network is that you get a PEPO ID, and for any invoice that you now issue cross-border, it will be honored for whatever purpose you intend to use it for. Just imagine, let's say you want to get a loan or anything. Nobody will look at that, your invoice, and say, yes, this is authentic. But because you are now part of PEPO network, when you present it outside Nigeria, it will be seen as authentic. So that is the essence of that PEPO. So for anybody that is doing business outside of Nigeria, you have to be part of the PEPO network.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
when you
Another
also visit the website, you will see more information.
Okay. Another question here is most of the staff have registered for the TIN with request ID. 2 months for their TIN certificate to be issued. What is the way out? Okay. Registration for TIN, but it has taken a long time to get TIN certificates. What is the way forward?
So that person is referring to our current team, right?
With request ID.
Okay, so I know that there was some system issue with generation of TIN, but sincerely, I don't have an answer to that. You will still have to liaise with your tax offices. They are the ones that issue TIN. And I am not in the tax office, so I don't have any kind of relationship with what happens there. So your TIN is issued by your tax office. If for some reasons there is delay, I know they escalate to the technical team. But aside that, you should get your TIN. So.
Okay, thank you. Another question here is how SMEs what steps should they take as per 2026 tax matters? I think you've mentioned one to reach out to those software developers that are medium, that are not costly.
Yeah.
If you have any other thing, the measures to put in place.
Even if you don't reach out now, it should be part of your plan that you should know that a time will come when the government will mandate the small taxpayers to also go on board. You understand? So if you intend to even get an ERP or a solution that you'll be using, make sure that it is compliant with what the government is requiring at this time, so that you don't have to start decommissioning and commissioning another system in the near future. So those are some of the plans that you can put in place going forward.
So if somebody has, is it where if QuickBooks is installed in person's A system, is it the same A system that must open Tax Pro Max, or how does it work? Is it where the software is installed that you have to go through all these processes at every point?
So the idea is that you have QuickBooks. So the idea is if you have QuickBooks, that QuickBooks now, you have been issuing invoices, but those invoices were not in the format that FIRS has prescribed at this time. So when you integrate to our MBS solution now, the idea is that whatever invoice you now raise on QuickBooks will now be in compliance with the standard that FIRS has prescribed at the moment. So that is just basically it. And this integration we are talking about is API-based, is system, like system kind of integration is API. So it's happening at the background. At the end of the day, what you will see is still like your normal business process still goes on. The only thing is that your invoices are now in compliance. So your invoice will now have an IRN, that is an invoice registration number. Your invoice will have something like a barcode. Those are some of the few differences that you will see. And all of these have been implemented at the background, not something that will disrupt your business. Don't know if I answered that.
I'm of the opinion that if maybe QuickBooks invoice doesn't have all those things, once you take it to the NBBS platform, I think you should just transform it to what it wants and take it forward instead of rejecting. So is it going to reject invoices or rework it to the needs?
So now this is it. When you go to register, when you go to enable me for e-invoice, you will see there's a list of ERPs that are there. Are you using SAP? Are you using QuickBooks? You will select whichever one you are using. So the idea is not rejecting, the idea is conforming what you already have to the prescribed standard. And that is why I spoke about system integrators. If your IT firm cannot do that, you need system integrators to do this. It's just a technical part of it. It's just a technical part of it. So if your current IT system cannot do that, your IT team cannot do that, you just need a system integrator. And this system integrator is just like another IT firm that maybe has the capability of doing that for you. So you are still using your QuickBooks, you understand? But then they will just make sure that now your invoices are in the prescribed form. So basically, that is it.
Another question here is VAT is payable every month to avoid sanction.
The questions are increasing.
What happens if a company falls under zero-rated tax at the end of the year? The filing is a compulsory one. You must file even though it's new returns. Filing is compulsory.
Exactly. Like I said before, if you don't file, how do we know? How do we know? So you file and like I said again, don't mix invoicing with your normal filing. So invoicing is just reporting. It's just doing what you used to do on Tax Pro Max, whether you are zero rated, exempted. I know that all those ones, they have code. They have code. All those zero rated items, they have their code. Exempted, they have their code. So once you enter it, the system knows, okay, you are not supposed to pay VAT. So that still stands.
Okay, we have two more questions online here. We say, what if a system integrator or access point provider issues a client an invoice for their services? How are they issuing it? Is it electronically? If the client is yet to integrate, are they issuing a hard copy invoice?
So
that's the two parties.
Okay, so the invoice you are talking about, is it based on what you are supposed to pay the service provider? Is that what they are talking about?
Well, they raise an invoice, but the person they are raising it to has not integrated into this MBS.
Okay, so the system integrator or the access point provider. All right, anyway, like I said, if the other party has not integrated, we don't have an issue. The most important thing is that you that have integrated, before that invoice is sent to the other party, you have reported that invoice to us, to FIRS. So fiscalization has occurred. We have a copy of that invoice. So whatever happens after that, you who issued that invoice, you can still update it. So there is no issue. There is no problem if the other party does not have, has not integrated yet. As long as you who issued have integrated, FIRS will get a copy of that. And that is what we are very, very particular about. We want to see whatever exchange is happening, we want to have a copy of that. We need information about that. So if that is fulfilled, we are good to go.
Okay, so with what you just said, if this person doesn't have the MBBS platform, so I will just pass it through your own system and still send it to the person normally, like email or whatever means.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's just like a data capturing system and continue with your business.
Yes.
The last question is, please, what about the organization that raises invoices manually without any ERP? And there's a penalty in 50% of cost of goods not used using the platform also. But what happens to companies that don't have ERP? You have to have one.
You have to have. If for now, especially as a large taxpayer, you should have, but if you don't have, you have to have. Then going forward, by next year, I know they will mandate medium and emerging to come on board. So once you will have to have.
Okay, question just popped
you can expense all those costs. I know that is some of the challenge that taxpayers are. What happens? Extra costs we are incurring. We will expense it.
And I think FIRS will definitely know, because maybe doing tax audits, they will see transactions and they say, oh, this one did not pass through, this one did not pass through. So there's no way companies can hide to say, okay, we can do without this new policy and all. So that's why it's very important to comply. And all. Another question here is, what's the position of enterprise in the different categories of companies, small, medium, or large?
What's the position of what?
An enterprise is small, medium, or large.
As regards what okay, where are they placed?
Not necessarily. Small, medium, or large is based on turnover.
Exactly. So you can't just say you are small, based on your turnover. So that was what we determine. Are you small, are you medium, or are you large?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Mr. Mudin, someone dropped another question again. What is favorite? What happened? Okay, we've answered that question. You file new returns on tax coma. You must file. That's the most important thing. Filing is the most important thing. Even though it's zero rated, but file, put it there. So zero rated, no tax to be paid, but you filed. But there's penalty for not filing and not paying. So you must file, even though you're not paying.
Yes.
Mr. Mudin, please attend to those that are raising up their hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Serif Amo, can you please unmute yourself and ask your question? Serif Amo.
You have to call on WhatsApp so that I will talk too much of your therapy.
Okay, it's like it's not there.
Yeah,
Mr. Jude, can you ask your question? Unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, my question is about government, because the presenter did not mention it. That is like B2G. You know, we do transactions with government, and most of these government agencies, they are not registered, or they are not compliant. So what will be the position of IFRS on those agencies or government agencies that don't comply with this e-invoicing? And you know, they don't also remit withholding tax and VAT. My next question again is, did you get my first question?
Yes, I did.
Okay, the second question is on the tax ID. So we are dealing with three bases now. We have the company, they identify them with their theme. We have the business enterprises registered by individuals, they also identify them with their theme. Then now we have like the individuals, like the staff of companies. You know, these people, they don't have businesses, they are just staff. I know you said they are going to be identified with their NIN, but will they have to register for TIN to be able to receive the tax ID, or the NIN is enough for them?
Okay. So
I
concern
I think we can.
right. So concerning GBO is exempted for now. For now, GBO is exempted. I know they are still
You
working.
said what?
I know GBO is exempted for now. I know they are still working around how to
Who are the
bring them.
GBO?
Government businesses.
Okay, government business.
Government business enterprises. Sorry, we call it here government business offices. That's why I said GBO. Government business enterprises are exempted for now. So, but I know that they are working around how to bring them on board. And then your second question, remind me briefly.
The second question is on the tax ID.
Okay, yes, tax ID. So yes. Now for let's say staff of companies, once you have your name, you are good to go. That gives you a tax ID. And going forward, what we are looking at is tax ID. So you don't need your tax, your NIN will be used to generate your tax ID. And that is what we'll be using going forward. So you don't need a TIN per se. You don't need a TIN anymore. So that tax ID.
So do you have to register the NIN with FIRS or state and land revenue for you to get the tax ID now?
So it will still be with the state, but the idea is that the tax ID, whether with state or with FRS, it is still using the same format. That is where the harmonization is not like how before the state team looks different from what the FRS team looks like. So now, because the format is the same, whether at state, whether at federal, the tax ID is the same or has the same format. So it will still be registered with the state, but following the same format as what FIRS is doing.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other question, please?
I think what is asking is that somebody that has not registered for TIN now, or we have our name, somebody have name, does he have to go to state or federal,
to register to get TIN?
To register now? That is the question.
Yes.
Or they will just do it automatically there.
Yes, automatically. Automatic. It's
okay.
Automatic. Yes.
Thank you. The next person,
when you don't have the name, you first of all have to get the name before getting a tax ID.
Okay. Adebayo Godarigo. Adebayo, unmute yourself and talk. Mr. Adebayo.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Right, yes, sir. I think I have raised this question before, but it was not properly addressed. Maybe I'll have to rephrase the question. My question deals with the VAT remittance, of a monthly VAT remittance. Now, if a company has been remitting taxes every VAT, has been remitting VAT every month. If at the end of the year, you now realize that your total turnover is not even up to 50 million, how will you recover the VAT that you have remitted, since you are on zero-rated, what we call the threshold? That is number one question. My second question, in the case of a partnership outfit, we know that before the tax is paid on where one of the partners will be used to remit tax. One of the partners' name will be used to remit tax. Now, going forward, how do we go about it to ensure that the name of the partnership outfit reflects in the tax ID? Thank you.
I didn't get this second question, sorry.
Okay, the question is this. In the partnership outfit,
Yes.
what was in place before now is that one of the partner name will be used to register on behalf of the partnership for the purpose of remitting tax. Now, going forward, is the partnership outfit going to have a separate tax ID? If the answer is yes, how do we go about it?
Okay, so yes, that partnership will still need a tax ID. How to go about it, I can't say for now, but what we know that every kind of business, partnership, corporate limited liability, whatever it is, will need a tax ID. But I know that it is not yet clear for partnership. What we know is that for corporates, RC, and for individuals, you use your name. But for partnership, it is not yet clear. I know that is still being worked on. So for sure, you will need a tax ID, but how to go about it, I don't have an answer to that question, sorry.
Why?
For now.
Okay.
Yes.
The second question about VAT.
Okay, the first questions about
yes.
VAT. Okay, so your turnover gets below the,
yes,
below the
maybe below 50 million.
Yes,
but before the end of the year, you have been remitting VAT on a monthly basis. How do you get the money back?
The first question I wanted to add to it. That's a threshold for not filing, not zero rated. Zero rated are
it's on goods.
Under a schedule, basic food items. So if your goods were actually zero rated, why were you filing from the beginning? So it's not called zero rated. It's the cap of a small company. Yes, not the zero rated. Zero rated are list of
let's call it threshold. Threshold of the small company. Thank you.
Yeah, you ask for a tax refund and you apply to FIRS and defend your case and ask for a refund, which can be given.
And that is an option. That is an option. Well, normally we don't give a refund. We just give you a credit, a VAT credit.
Credit note. Yes, it's credit note.
Yes. We will not give you a refund. We'll give you a credit that you can use subsequently to pay whatever taxes that you need to pay. But I'll get more clarity on that, sir. I will note your question and I'll send it to Madam Yvonne.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, ma'am.
Mr. Modi, please, any other questions so we can call it a day?
Mr. Serif, are you there?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes. Okay. I just been grant access to ask my question now. Thank you for the presentation. Yes, I have some couple of questions. Now, the very first question is on the unregulated prices charges by this system integrators and API service provider. Well, I want to suggest that FIRS should please try to regulate these prices they are charging. If you can give us a range, you know that this system is new to Nigerian environment, and you see many of these vendors coming up with different pricing analysis and the rest like that. So it takes some of us as like a taxpayer to really know which one to go for. And you know that most of these vendors too, it's also new to them. They don't know what they are into. But I've had a situation whereby some of my clients have to pull out from one because they charge lower amount. At the end of the day, we find that they were not able to deliver. So you have to rush down to another one that's charging higher, maybe probably deliver better. So can't we just have a price range for system integration processing and the asset service providers? That is my first question, so that some of us will not be feel cheated by the time we got to know that this one is performing well and is charging a low amount. You know, that is why I'm asking that question. The second one is still on this e-invoicing. You know that we always have system failure, network issues, and sometimes company might want to settle an invoice that require them to act fast. So getting the RN number within the process, of course, we need to put in a downtime to that as well. So what is the FI putting in place to ensure that even if there is a downtime, it won't take a long day or many days for them to come back online so that we can get the RN number and effect the payment for the payment that the taxpayer want to pay. Then the next question is actually on the withholding tax. I do have a client who actually engage with one of the oil and gas company, and they get their money in Naira and US dollar. The withholding tax on Naira denominated has been credited to tax promise, but that of the one that was paid to, I think, JP Morgan account, it has not been credited, and we have been on this issue for the past 1 year, preparing a schedule, sending them a split report, but this thing has not been credited. Is there any way you can also advise us to go about it so that the taxpayer can have this money credited to tax promise, and as well as using it to utilize their tax liabilities? Thank you so much. I'm also the one requesting for the training for the oil and gas presentation. Thank you so much.
So on price regulation, it's actually a concern, and many taxpayers have raised it. I think part of the challenge is that the effort it takes to integrate one person's system is not the same effort it will take to integrate another person's system. So I know going about how to decide that amount or fix the price range is has been an issue, but I know that it's a concern and the management is considering what to do about it. I will still take this message to management. I know that anytime we have engagement, taxpayers bring this up. I'm sure they are working on something, but I will still take your feedback. One of the challenges was because of the varying efforts that it will take in integrating systems. So fixing the price range might not work or might not be ideal, but we'll give you feedback. I'll give you feedback on that. In downtime, has any of your clients experienced this? Because what I know is that you know, once you get the system, for now, the system has been stable and we've not really had issues. And I know that aside that, if you cannot transmit live, you can do batch transmission. So once your system is on, is up, you don't have an issue. You don't have an issue. As long as you're integrated and your system is up, you will not have an issue with, you know, raising invoices or getting IRNs. It won't stall any process at all. So you should not have an issue with that. Then withholding, this your withholding question is out of context, but I know you are just using the opportunity to ask. You can, what would I? So I would help you to follow up on this. He said they have been on this. Have you people written to RAD? And which is your tax office? Have you written to RAD and which is your tax office? Because RAD, they are the ones that do the upload for foreign withholding. Mr. Sheriff. Okay, ma, just help me confirm with him if he has written to RAD and his tax office. Okay, you can just, he said he has been muted again.
Okay, that's why he's not speaking. Secretary, please unmute him. Okay, so I'll ask him so we don't waste time.
Yes, if he has written to RAD and his tax office.
Okay, no problem. Any other question? Okay, he's the one still raising up hand. Okay. And Mr. Uti, can you unmute him, please? Okay. And Mr. Mudin, is there any other question on the platform? Any person that raised hand? Okay, he said he has written to RAD that yes, they have written to RAD.
All right, so we can have that discussion separately. Let me understand the situation better because he's on track in trying to resolve it. So if there are other issues.
All right, thank you so much. We have actually written RAD and we have been liaising with them. We submitted our switch report, but still we didn't complete the FIRS office where the file was domiciled. So
which office is that?
It's at Ikeja here in Lagos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
All right. No problem.
All right. Please, madam, we also need your assistance on this presentation with this association in oil and gas. They really want to hear from you before they can consider onboarding on the new system.
I will share her your number.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Please lower your hand, Mr. Sheriff. Is there any other hand that is raised? I don't think so. Okay. I think we've come to the end of question and answer. It has been a long question and answer section. Thank you so much, Ma, for your time and knowledge shared. We appreciate you from OTSEN and ICANN. I appreciate your presence here with us today.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And in our regards to Mr. Mohammed Power.
Sure.
Mr. Kolawole, please, are you here to give us a closing remark so that we could end this section? Mr. Uti, please unmute Mr. Kola. I think I saw him online. He's around. Mr. Kolawole, please, can you speak? Secretary, please unmute Kolawole. Mr. Uti, please, are you there? Without wasting much of our time. Okay. Okay, your hands are raised up. Mr. Uti, please unmute our trustee on board. Mr. Uti, please, are you there? Try and unmute, sir. Mr. Uti, please, are you there? Okay, I may have to just take the remarks so that we can close. Okay, on behalf of the trustees, which is Mr. Kalawale, as Bruce have spoken, and Mr. Uti, I want to appreciate everyone for coming today for this webinar section on e-invoicing and tax ID and the soft skills on mentorship. We trust that you had a very wonderful and enlightening section. We hope to see you again. Our last webinar for the year will be on environmental, social, and governance, ESG. And it's going to be very, very enlightening. We hope you join us. That should be December 11th, 2 weeks from now. We'll be holding our last webinar for the year. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll say a short prayer before we sing the national anthem and close for today. Father, we thank you for bringing us here and bringing us to the end of the presentation. We thank you for the presentation that was impactful. We thank you for the knowledge and thank you for the progress of tax system in Nigeria. We ask that the process goes smoothly and the aim is achieved. As we go back to activities, we ask for guidance and your grace surrounding us and protection. For this we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. We will be closing with the icon anthem. Thank you very much, participants. We appreciate your presence.
Bless God, I can fount of treasure in triumph of banner raised, standing stronger in harmony, building a land together. Dreams of a founding fathers, we are striving to attain our grounds and values that we share. Through all ages we sustain. Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. Noble like and your accuracy we cherish. We uphold your integrity.
Do you still ask questions? Options, participants.
Mr. Moje, we are done with the webinar section.